or the off-stream thing as the most recent play and all that. But we're going to pick up where we left off with Medieval Dynasty. Oh, alright. Okay, so each session, it's going to ask me if it's solo or multiplayer. I was confused, I'm like, but I want to continue my save. It's still good. But yeah, so we got to, what was it, like small farm or whatever milestone? We don't have many villagers yet, it's just 2 as well as my own character. We haven't started romancing anyone whatsoever. One thing I do remember that can be a very difficult pain point in the game is as you put a bunch of couples together and people start having children, they will take care of the children, which kind of makes them not workers. And that can make it actually kind of difficult on you. So let's check what our... Oh, we apparently had a skill point that I hadn't used at the end. Right, so we had a skill point for crafting. So let's see, we can craft faster, we can craft faster, we can craft faster. Lower durability loss, more XP. We can build faster, stacks up to 1. Less stamina consumption during building. So this is the only one that was like a major functionality thing. Alright, we're just gonna put one there. Alright, so I was gonna check is the journal. Okay. So the only quest we have is that we're getting towards the end of the summer. So what we need to do, right, we were working on building these buildings. So I've got this house here is waiting on the shingles from the sawmill or whatever it is. You are basically primarily waiting on stone, but a couple of logs and all that as well. And then we did get, was this the herbalist tent? Yes, this is the herbalist tent done. No, that was the kitchen. We got the kitchen done, we got the food storage done, we got the hunter's place done, we got the farm plot done, and then I've got the barn still to do. Oh, that's the herbalist hut. But as you can see, like, we're just... Yeah, it's always hot. It's cool, don't worry about it. Oh hey, stone axe. But yeah, as you can see, this was a fairly forested place. But as you do in this game, the forest must die. Alright, so I need 2 stones and our stick to make myself an axe. Yeah, so we are kind of wrapping up the things for season, which is good, because we're on the last day of the season. Yeah, so we're trying to get those buildings built. Ideally, we want to get the stone building starting to go, because they'll use way less firewood, which means less lumber going into just being burnt. An excavation shed. Oh, that's the one that gets stone. But yeah, so I want to get those extra houses built and all that, because I am going to need a lot more, What are you doing? Okay. We are going to need a lot more, like, stone and all that type of resources. I have a lot of something in my inventory. What up? Alright. We did get our orchard started. There's not much for me to do right now. They're just trees. But that's fine. But we're working hard on trying to get our buildings set up. I will need to get more people. Sorry about that. So let's see. So you got the feathers. Sticks. Straw. Eat some roasted meat. But yeah, so basically the plan from here is we get these buildings done here, and hopefully our person who is doing the sawmill will be able to get enough going there that they'll be able to get that knocked out. Is that where the bear is? Is that the bear spot over there? Yeah, so I want to not go that way. Alright. Man, I always forget how ridiculously fast you could deforest an area in this game. It's been all of one season. You can just see its tree stumps all around. And it's just... really a mess. But yeah, so like a lot of these games, there is a lot of time you spend just processing materials. You get workers to help you out with it, but it just takes time. But that's one of the things that's really cool about the game, is like I said, this area was mostly forest when we started. But as you build, you kind of see the forest turn into farmland and houses and all that kind of stuff. So you actually get to see, like, really the world change around you. Whereas there's certainly a lot of games, they do a lot of this construction and things just don't meaningfully change. Alright.
What a scorcher.
Oh man, my other save, the one I've been doing off stream, which has only been like, it's nowhere near as far as this one. I grabbed a cart and I found a rich hood that was worth like 2,000 bucks. I was like, okay. And considering clothes wear out on normal difficulty, it's like, well, like, hell am I wearing this thing that's worth a small fortune when I could sell it and I'm just set monetarily for a while. All right. What I'm looking forward to is pretty soon I'll have what I need for metalworking. And there's a cave right over there somewhere, like right next to my home, that I could go into and we can start tearing that up for resources. Which should go a very long way. Oh, that's not what I want to build, it's that over there. It's also a shame that the water here just seems to be too shallow. Yeah, this guy's our hunter, but like the whole time, every time I find him, he's just kneeling on the ground, fussing with the dirt. And I get the idea he's supposed to be like tracking or whatever. It's just weird from like where you're just walking around, you're like, why is this person like on the ground? Like, what's going on here? Alright. Let's run back over here. And drop off what we got. Okay. What do I have that weighs so much? Oh, I've got a ton of stone pickaxes. I understand. I've been sitting here going like, man, I seem to perpetually be overburdened. Right. And then the downside I have with that is they've already mined most of the stones in the area. So it's going to be a little bit tricky to get some good stone areas. I need the stone too. Alright.
Dang. It's hot.
Alright. So all this should still be depleted. I'm guessing that'll stay depleted at least. I'm gonna go ahead and break these two. Oh, I am overburdened. Okay. There we go. We got rid of one of those. Need to lose just like one stone or so. Yeah, because what we could do is we can run in there. We're going to start grabbing the ore, just because we can. Go through our stone pickaxes. That'll let us continue to work on a bunch of our buildings over here. So one thing I didn't check is I know if you go deep enough in water, it washes the dirt off. I don't know if it's a depth thing or you just need to spend time in the water. It doesn't look like it seems to matter. Yeah, alright, so we gotta get deep enough is what it is. That's fine. So we gotta find like an actual lake that the little creek by the house isn't gonna be good enough. Alright, but this way we can get rid of some of our surplus stuff. So copper ore. I want to keep the stone on us for a minute. Alright. This building's getting close. It is already fully insulated. Alright. Yeah, mostly I'm going in here to burn to the pickaxes and then get something for it. Holy crap. So, when I hit that, it jumped my carry weight, almost maxed it out. Just gonna slap this tree. There we go. Ever since we've been playing Keep Driving, my mood has been into the, like, indie rock thing. It just reminded me so much of, like, music I grew up with kind of thing that I was just like, man, I like that music. And I did make the mention that there's a good chance what I'll need to do is once we finish building those buildings out of wood, I'll probably need to get involved with taking logs over for the woodcut or whatever to make the planks, so we actually get these buildings built in a much faster time. Oh, we can go here.
Hey, it's hot.
You know, we're just insulating the houses more and more. Yeah, we're still at 32 weight. I mean, again, those pickaxes are 12 of the weight, and then the stone axe are a bunch. I just have too many tools. Let's drop off 2 of those axes. Because our townies are going to use it anyways. And keep that going. Because at least at some level, they will work on it. You got a lumberjack yet? Yeah, no, I've got a person cutting wood. They're just not very fast. It's one of those things that your townies have levels, and they're only, I think, a level 2 extraction person. And I think 5 might be the cap? I don't know about that. But that's not unusual. Like, pretty early on, I remember, you almost always got stuck with whatever. Like, almost all people start being relatively not great at most of the roles.
What a scorcher.
You just go for level 3 minimum? Yeah, no, that's fine. They're getting work done. In the meantime, I run around and fill in the rest. Hey, Infinite Simplex, how's it going? Alright. On the plus side, we're getting salt and copper and tin. And a decent amount of stone to go with it. All right. What I could probably do is we can also probably jump in here and, for, like, things to build, there's the workshop is another one I need to be building. It'll let me make some better tools as well. But that's kind of another one where we're, you know, we're not making a whole lot of progress just because of everything else going on. Okay, so I need a log. Now, if we get close enough to the resource place... Make yourselves a new hammer. It's weird how these don't seem to be consistently equipping themselves. Alright. Drop off what we can here. And the feather. And the copper. Actually, for that matter, I'm not using the copper hoe or the shovel right now. You can also toss the stone knives in there. Let's try and minimize the stuff I'm not actively using. And go to our inventory. Okay. That'll be better. So I still have something to defend myself with. Got the axe, and I've got this. And the hammer. That should be all I need for doing construction at the moment. Am I disoriented? Oh, there's the cave. It was like, shouldn't the cave be like right here? Because my assumption is these either respawn once per season or once per year. Or something like that. I don't know what the actual cutoff is. This is going to be pushing what I can carry a little bit. Okay. We are 0.2 over what we can carry. There we go. All right.
That's strange, said Reverend Jack. I didn't expect revelation to come so soon. Let's use that.
Well, I know the trees come back. That's why you don't dig up the stumps. I think people were saying it was 2 years. Regardless of what it is. I was referring to the ore in the caves. My assumption is those also come back. Like, yes, in real life it doesn't make sense. But you could just kind of hand-wave that being like, you know, you just discovered another vein a little deeper kind of thing.
I'm roasting out here.
I feel like it was every season it comes back, but I don't know. Whichever it is fine.
Standing in the acid rain was a figure in black none of them had seen before. Oh, is that you, Gabriel? Reverend Jack said. Would you like to come inside?
I was vaguely remember from the last time I played that it was something like that.
Actually, Satan figure said my business been going down for a while. So the three of them sat down in the dim, sharing a
Alright.
warm soy milk. Satan's eyes on Mary caressing like soft Japanese.
So let's see, what buildings were we still looking at doing? We had the extraction.
Satan said and laughed in the
We do have the mining building.
But thing is, after having seen your game, I really don't know what to say.
So that's another one to add to the list. Survival. We have the herbalist and the hunter. Farming. We already have the farm shed and all the other stuff started. Husbandry. I don't have anything yet. The kitchen we've already built. There, the workshop.
Than I ever did.
Alright, let's try that again.
Devilish fire. So 1995. Devilish fire.
Alright, we can run over here and drop this off. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to eat something.
So here we are, Reverend Jack underground, snake bitten and cold. How is it gonna go with apocalypse now and
I don't think we had food in here. Nope. Let's go check in our food building, which is, I think, this one?
on fire? Pressing on for Armageddon to come, saving just a regular dude.
That's not my favorite. Alright, so we're getting hungry. Doesn't it refill you? I have no idea. It's probably fine either way. Because I sure as heck don't feel like running around
Can we make a deal? We're running out of
trying to hunt in the dark kind of thing.
You can rule illumination if we can keep the night. Hey you can turn the sun away, paint the moon in blood. If we can do what we do best, we're nocturnal light. And another thing, we did the best we could.
Alright. Is this the multiplayer map? Yeah. I mostly chose it because it's the newer map. Plus it has like the whole thing where you kind of, you know, do your own story. Whereas the other one is a much more scripted story where you play as, I can't remember the guy's name. But like, you know, you have to run around and do all the story and all that. Alright. But yeah, because like the other one's the other one I find when I played the other map, it's literally been me just like running around between A and B and C and all that, being like, oh, grab this one. This one still has quests, right? Yes, they're not nearly as many. All that. I'm doing good. Yeah, we've got a stone placed in those buildings. Alright. And how many axes have we knocked ourselves, or pickaxes have we knocked ourselves down to? Because it might be where we still get a bunch. I'll go ahead and chuck one of the... I'll chuck the two other pickaxes in here for right now. Just to drop the weight. And in the meantime... I'll keep 10 axes on standby for my workers. Let's work on trying to get more logs, keep the buildings going. Like any second it should fade to black, be like, it's fall now. Alright. And one thing I'm going to do is when we get to next season, I'm probably going to have to hunt a bit. Top off our food supplies. And just like that, all the trees are gone from this side. Fall your favorite season? I do like me some fall. There it is. Okay, so the change of season does refresh food and everything. That's good to know. Alright, so what we're gonna want to do is, since the season just changed, we want to run to town, grab all like the quest board quest kind of things for our money and whatnot, and get that all sorted. But first, let's try and get all these logs and sticks off me. Alright. Okay, we got all those logs dropped off there. So yeah, I mostly just need one more stick and a bunch of straw, so let's grab that real fast, because that'll be the barn done. Let's see. Need just the one. Give me all those. Okay. Oh, and we can just go plop those two planks up there. But yeah, so it's looking like what we'll probably end up needing to do here is just, I gotta get those other two houses online. Then we can start recruiting more workers, and that should go a long way. And I should have the reeds right nearby as well. Okay. Then we can go to town. We'll probably get contracts to kill like a certain number of animals or whatever. Get that all sorted. Probably good enough. Alright, that'll be the barn done here. That's gonna be mostly down to... Oh, of course. Alright. There's like no logs to get anywhere nearby. We have just hacked this whole place into being completely dead. Okay. Replaced our hammer so we could finish that. They could drop off all the straw and all that back at home. And it's built. We could drop all the extra reeds and all that off. Get that all going. Okay, so we should be good now to run back to town. And in town, grab whatever the new things for the season are. That'll give us some direction. We will want to kill a couple of animals along the way. Speaking of which, we have a hunter. Are you actually bringing in any food there, friend? You doing literally anything, Hunter? Okay. So work on running over here. Get ourselves the new quests and whatnot. Yeah, I left the knife. Well, crap. Sorry to waste your actually, the knife is super easy to craft. It was what, like 2 sticks? It's 5 sticks and 2 stones. 2, 4, 5, stone, stone. Okay. Let's not chase them around forever until we know that we actually need to hunt them this season. Little stuff like the rats I could just tag on the run by, we'll just grab because they're easy. But with the stone spears, I have to tag the deer and then I have to follow it around while it bleeds everywhere. It just takes time. And then my luck is we'll spend the time doing that, just the time to get over here and be like, here's a quest. Go kill a deer. I mean, probably kill like 4 or 6 or whatever deer, but same diff. My luck is it'll be like, kill 10 wolves, they'd be like, alright, excuse me? Wolves are proper scary for me right now. We need to have a little conversation about this hunting of the wolves. Alright, so there's getting rot. Okay, so this is an easy one. We just need stone and limestone. And then to kill 4 foxes. Alright, well, we'll start with the foxes because I need food. And I want to bring that home. And my people at home need water. So I need to take care of that soon. They also need food. Not even close. Just waiting for them to chill out. We'd try and make a move on them. Okay, so you're chasing the rabbits right now. That's fine. It's really hard to tell how close I can get before I alert them. I might be able to pin you up against the shore. Still too short. Alright, so I'm probably gonna have to get a hold of a bow and arrow to do this. Yeah, alright. Because the foxes are actually kind of a pain in the butt to hunt. Let's, I'm a little worried about my people, so let's just go over here. On our way back home. So this side of the water, so I'm not fighting with the wolves. We'll kill a couple of deer or something along the line. Yeah, I might need a bow. Yeah, the problem is I need thread to make a bow. And I'll probably have to trade for that, realistically. I keep ever so slightly shorting it. I think that would have hit had it not turned the way it did. Well, unfortunately it didn't stick, so it's not bleeding. I got it. The tree. No. I've been switching up the playlist just a little bit lately. Just, you know, been listening to the same couple playlists for a long time.
Hello there.
Oh, shorted again. And hey, Bentley, how's it going? I'm surprised I didn't stick in it, considering I slapped it like 2 inches away. Where'd the stags go? Man, you alert from so far away. It'd be nice if the spear would actually stick. Because, like, what you do is you get the spear to stick, or an arrow, and then it will start the animal bleeding, and you just basically chase it around until it stops moving.
How are you?
Do you need any help? Oh yes, definitely I need help. Those ignorants completely deprived me of any musical sense. Stole my pan flute. How am I supposed to go on my audition in Biostia if I don't have my trusted pan flute? An audition? Yeah, I heard the band came to the local tavern. And as much as I would love to play the pan flute and sing at the same time, it's technically impossible. Yeah, it could be hard. Who stole it? My fellow travelers met in Ostia. They're camped together in these ruins. They must have hid it there somewhere. If I find one, I'll bring it to you.
Good luck.
Okay, so is that like a seasonal one, or is that... It's not mentioned anywhere. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so it's gonna take me a while to dial that in. Did I actually grab it? Yeah, I did. I'm like kind of shirking stealth because they panic from so far away. I keep trying to aim like when they're going across sideways and to like do the thing where they kind of move, and it's just nothing. I'm like, oh wait, never mind, my aim is entirely wrong now. Sure, I'll grab that flower. We never did explore this area. Some money and valuables. All right. So lots of flour, which would be nice eventually. Not super useful at the moment. Take the bow? Did I overlook a bow? Oh yeah, that's painfully obvious. Sadly only 9%, but still. You'll get a couple shots off before it breaks. Well, I technically hit it in its toe, but you know. I thought I finally got one stuck in a deer. Well, really solid hit. It took like half its life, but unfortunately still not a bleeding hit. There we go. That stag's basically dead. It just takes a minute. Yep, so we just follow it around. If it gives a chance to throw another solid hit into it, I will. There it goes. There's another one of these that's at like half health because I pegged it 2 or 3 solid times. You have to lead it, and then when it turns, it throws the whole thing off. Oh, come on. Trying to find the one that I hit in the neck. And that'll be a bleeding hit. All right. Keeps turning away. Alright, just let ourselves recover some stamina. There. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bad puppy. Okay. So, that wolf almost killed me. Alright. And with that, let's get home. And let's remark where home is. Home is down here. I'm glad we hit the wolf to half health and it took off. 'Cause that wolf would have absolutely won that fight. It only hit me twice, but it was enough to put me down to below a third of my health. So next hit would have been it. Speaking of which, I actually have a healing potion we're gonna use. Alright, so with that we can get some water, we can cook some food, and get all that sorted. Because I need to eat, my people need to eat, everybody needs to eat. All right. I'm gonna start with that real fast just to hopefully get them to not be as mad. Okay, there's the roasted meat. We can pop over here. I will need the bucket. Well, those I should probably just sell. Get a bunch of potions. Yeah, we'll end up wanting to trade a lot of those. The berry wine we'll bring with us to sell. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? Okay, so that takes care of the first thing. Get ourselves some water. And thank you for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Alright, and we can grab the bucket of water. So that keeps our people from getting too upset spaghetti. Hey. I'm sorry? Soups. We don't have recipes for soups. Porridges. We don't have recipes for porridges. Other. Alright. Oh, I just realized I could choose craft more. So I don't have to sit here and like watch this one at a time. Okay. So we're just quickly roasting a big old pile of meat. So that way both me and my people living here have some food. So we do have the bow. I can try and craft some arrows. And then use those to go after the foxes, maybe. The other thing we needed was the stone and lime. So I think I'll actually grab the stone and lime first. Because that should be straightforward enough. I can grab those, run those back to town. And all that. Alright. And eventually we'll end up getting cooks and all that to handle a lot of this. And we won't have to worry about it. But right now, we got 3 people. One of them's cutting stuff. One of them is in theory hunting. I haven't really been seeing any kind of results. It might be worth us checking to see our assignments on them and what we can do. Let's actually do that. So we go to... Apparently my shirt broke at some point. Or I just don't have it on. Okay, I don't know why that was the case. Alright. So you're actually both really good at farming. So let's go ahead and take you. And I want to unassign you from that. And instead, I'm going to assign you to the farm shed. Cool. I also need to go here. Let's see. Open details. Change plant type. I don't remember how we do this. Alright. So that'll be wheat, which you don't have seeds for. This'll be rye. Alright. None of the other ones are stuff we need to worry about. Yeah, so we'll leave it at that for right now. I don't believe I have seeds for either of those. And we could also go in here. Did I not have an option for the onions to be... Ah, I see. Okay, so then winter. You can plan to do some carrots during the winter. And we can get to spring. We get the onions going. We can have cabbage going. It's interesting that they're like carrots winter, carrots spring. And then we have wheat spring and wheat winter and all that. which I guess we'll want to split that up anyways. Change that. We can do the carrot spring. Just trying to assign all this so we can get there. We have the poppies, we have cabbage, we have onion, we have beetroot and flax. There's the flax. We can get the beetroot. Interesting. Can they actually both be there? So beetroot we harvest, so we sow it in spring, we harvest it in autumn. And then wheat grows for that whole time. Okay, so we can actually do most of these crops. We could split. Okay, that's good to know. Alright. So that means we could also do poppies here. Because if that is our winter... This is rye? It's good to know. And so let's see. The spring carrots, we can also do those with rye. There's not another crop that I can do that balance, though. So I'll have to worry about that later. Let's see what else we got here. We have carrots, cabbage, onion, beetroot, flax we already got down. Oat. And we got summer, yes. And there's just summer cabbage is the only summer crop. Yeah, because this one shows that I could put a bunch of stuff there, so we can go, honestly, it looks like we can go real hard on rye. Yep, and then let's check to see what it says for all this. Yeah, honestly, it looks like we can just do this pretty much year-round. This row here I can add something else to as well, I believe. Let's make another row of beetroot since we've got the thing there. And for the carrots that are sowing, the spring carrots, we should also be able to do the rye as well. Yeah, honestly, all the stuff that's harvesting, we should be able to do that. Alright. That's kind of interesting that you could do that. That if we just look at this, so like... This one, because it's wheat and it grows year-round, it has to stay that way. What are you on the far right there? Yeah, so it's wheat on the far left. Oh, right, because I've got autumn wheat going on the far left. And then we do have rye on the right. That implies I can grow something else there as well. Man, I don't know. Oh, you know what that was? 1 second. That is, the summer stuff. We'll see. I may have goofed that up real bad, but it's interesting that we can overlap them so much. Meanwhile, we need to eat. We'll slam those all out. And pop over to this building. I need to make torches, and I've not been good about it. Get you dropped off. Okay, so if I want to make arrows, I need stones. Like, I have tons of everything else, I just need stones. I can't see crap. Yeah, so you still have a couple arrows left in there. Let's go over here and make at least a couple of torches. Keep 2 of those in standby. Alright, so we need stone and limestone for one of the other quests. All right. I have a feeling with the all stone and limestone and all that, I'm gonna end up doing a couple laps on the stone before I have the limestone. All right. So one thing we'll want to do when we go back to town is check which seeds I really should be focusing on grabbing so that our person there who is dealing with that can get that sorted out for me. Get them farming as early as possible. Okay, so you'll need a log. We might have one back here. All right. Cool. We can make ourselves a new pickaxe.
Should have put on something warmer.
And then we can go over here, make a couple of arrows in the meantime.
It sure is. Frosty.
Okay. Oh, that makes 10 arrows a thing. Okay. Yeah, so we are good on the arrows front for a minute. So with that, what we can probably do is go to inventory. We've got the bow for when you need to hunt again. Just need 2 more limestone and 1 more stone. All right. We have to drop off some of the stone. I still need 1 more limestone. We might actually have the 1 limestone, stashed away. Not super sure. Then we'll be able to drop those off, get ourselves paid, get a little bit of our Dynasty rep or whatever you want to call it. Then we got some, like 20 arrows to go after the foxes. So let's see. I want to drop off 8 of those. Okay, there's no limestone in there. Alright. But all this is gaining us points and extraction XP and all that. Which will be important for us to continue getting better at getting all these materials. And unlocking new things that we can build. Which isn't the most important thing at the moment, considering I still need raw materials to build. I've already got queued up. That'll do it. Alright, so let's head over to town. And we can drop off all this stone. I'll be able to clean up the character along the way. On the way back, we can hunt the foxes with our bow. Alright, site cold is a little bit of a problem. That kind of does suck a whole lot. Because you will gradually drain health while you're cold. Alright. And the way you work around that is there is a trait or skill or whatever you want to call it that can give you resistance. Or you just need to get better, like, when I say better clothes, there are clothes more suited for whatever weather you're in. Alright, not going to worry about the deer right now. We're already overburdened. So I want to drop off the stone. Then we go hunt the foxes. And that should be the 2 main things that we're doing for the season so far as like little season missions to get money. Because we use that money to unlock recipes so we can do stuff. And then in addition to that, they give us reputation, which I'll be honest, I don't really know the benefit of that much. but the XP. I'm assuming the reputation's important to get access to more stuff in the towns or whatever. That it's, you know, some type of either blocking resource where you either have to have enough reputation or you can spend the reputation in some manner. Probably just almost like XP.
So cool.
There, we just dipped in the water long enough to clean ourselves off a little. We're probably going to need to
I need more clothes.
get our clothes sorted. Because, like, I'm juggling it right now, but that's not going to be something I can sustain for the whole season reasonably. Not without it being a huge hassle, at least.
I felt the break of dawn dawned on me over her lawn. That in my peripheral view, I could not
I'll leave home
see
and
you.
travel around the world, collecting wild animals. I'm going to catch 'em all.
Cool. And buy seeds? Yep, that's the plan. Oh, I didn't check what seeds I needed to grab. I can probably check that remotely, though.
Naked underground,
The downside is the store's not open till it's farther along in the day.
bitten by a rattlesnake he bought from a traveling circus.
We went, oh yeah, this game has tons of references like that.
He was honoring Jesus with his rattlesnake dance.
Alright, we might change the playlist because I'm already getting
Couldn't you
repeats.
one more chance?
I'm enjoying the playlist.
Bewildered
How can I help
Mary
you?
was part of the
Will these stones do? They look sturdy enough, here's your payment. Maybe it won't buy you a new back after lifting all those stones, but that's still something. A new back would be really nice.
strange, said Reverend Jack.
Ooh, 100 rep.
To come so
Alright. So let's see about the seeds we'd be wanting to get. So if we check on our field, this season, manage assignment. Well, that's not what I wanted. Okay, well that was annoying. So right. So it's gonna be rye and wheat is what we're gonna be growing. Primarily rye. Rye will be our focus.
November night, there was a knock upon the church house door.
And we can go here.
The acid rain was a figure in black none of them had seen before. Oh, is
And
that
you were...
girl? Reverend Jack said, would you like to come inside? Nah, my name is actually Satan. Figure said my business been going down for a while. So the three of them sat down in the dim, sharing a bottle of warm soy milk. Satan's eyes on Mary.
There we go.
curling like sour
Alright, so yeah, so it looks like rye seeds are probably what we want the most of.
I came here to end you, Satan said, and laughed in a peculiar way. But thing is, after having seen your game, I really don't know what to say. Don't know what to say.
I'm not allowed to drink from your well? Okay, I guess I'll go outside. I understand.
Don't know what to say.
Alright.
Fuck! You've been running my show way more efficient than I ever did. I don't know how you do it, but you have some real guts. Heaven forbid. So I decided to leave it to you, and hell, I'm your biggest fan. You know, a devilish fires ain't nothing to your systematic extermination plan.
Okay. So I'm going to stand by this for just a moment. While we warm up, we got to change the playlist. Because like I said, weirdly we're getting a bunch of repeats already. And we have not been listening to that long. We actually listened to this playlist a couple of times now. As a recent change, but that's fine. It's just some of the playlists don't have nearly as much music. For content creation, like the lo-fi is just a very popular, it's kind of like a safe choice, as it were. Because it just doesn't get too invasive to what you're doing. You don't have to worry about, like, you know, it blasting so you can't hear anything else, or, like, constantly changing your volume a lot. Yeah, so that's Rot. I don't think we'll have the Rot available. So I don't know what time the shop opens here. I think in the meantime, so I'm not just standing around doing nothing, let's work on the foxes. And then after we get the foxes dealt with... Oh, I have to actually equip the arrows. After we get the foxes sorted, there's a good chance it'll be handled by then. Now, the downside is this bow is mostly broken. We found it. That's what I'm very much looking forward to when we can track the animals. I still should see if there's a toggle for... Oh wait, there we go. There's a toggle for some of these things as opposed to having to hold it. I think I shot over the top of it. That arrow's probably long gone. Yep, that arrow's long gone. I might find it at some point down the road, but... for the time being. I'm doing good. Didn't see a fox that was like right on top of it. Giving the fox a minute to walk away so that hopefully it'll stop moving. All right. Because it basically only need one good hit. There you are. It is a survival city builder that's like first person. Did I shoot like under its chin? It's fine. Surprisingly, it didn't damage the arrow. But yeah, so basically you build like a little village or whatever. But it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like games like Green Hell and Sons of the Forest in the sense that you do actually build it like log by log kind of thing, not just walk up and say, I want to build a house here, smack, a house appears kind of thing. You've got to pick up, you know, whatever, like 50 logs or whatever it is, process some of them into other materials, that kind of thing. Your character... Oh, wait. Okay. It's creeping along in the brush. I got spooked. The villagers will ask you to do stuff in the towns around as well. That's what I'm trying to do now, is they want me to kill 4 foxes, and foxes are one of the more difficult things to hunt because they're skittish and they're small and fast. So they're harder to hit, and they tend to bolt much easier. Ah, that last one, it didn't run because I spooked it. It ran because it saw a rabbit. So one killed the rabbit. I didn't see you over there. Give him out to settle down. This took us a while last time as well. Once I get the thing where I can track animals, it'll be way easier. Wait, are you attacking me? Where did you go? I mean, it's bleeding out regardless. But it ran into the reeds and I lost sight of it. There you are. I once again did not bring a knife with me, or my knife broke. That's fine. It's 5 sticks and 2 stones to deal with that. There's 2 sticks. 4 sticks. Wow, is there like no sticks or stones? There's 2 stones over here. And there's our knife. But yeah, so basically you kind of spawn in, you own nothing, and they're like, alright, you can kind of build wherever you want. We have unlocked the smithy, which is really good, because that means I'll be able to make some proper stuff. And take the arrow. But, so you start with basically nothing, and you can just, like, kind of plop down a house wherever, start building it up, and then, you know, build yourself a place to store food, make other houses for other people to live in, invite them along, start, you know, get them working on farms and all that. There should be at least one other fox on here. Yeah, like I said, that's the good news. Like, tag one of those foxes once with this. It's basically dead. Like, it might take a minute because it needs to bleed out kind of thing. But yeah, it's weird how sometimes the foxes and all that seem to alert from you like a mile away, and then there was like that one where it's basically on top of it before... You know, it didn't even realize it was there until I put an arrow in it. Alright, if I don't see another fox on this pass, then we'll move on. Oh, there's one right there. Alright. Because then we'll go check the next spot I know where I can catch foxes. Got it. It sounds so sad, but it's just like, no, I don't need to waste any more materials on it. Cool. Alright, so next place I know we can catch foxes is just across the way here, up on that ridge. There's some foxes over in that area. Because they have no idea how many foxes are in kind of any given area. But I know it's not too many. Yeah, so we look at our map where we previously discovered animals. The foxes would be straight ahead, just up this hill. I mean, if they would stop moving, I would do it. But otherwise, it's just damaging a bunch of arrows, not hitting it anyways. I shot way over that. I'm still adjusting to the bow and arrow over the spear. And I keep thinking the bow and arrow has like way more drop on its arrows than it does. Alright. Anything good here for me? Sometimes you can find like free tools. I mean, there's a bunch of logs, but I'm not lugging those all the way home from here. That's deer over there. That's not what we're after right now. Granted, the bow and arrow hunting the deer should be very easy by comparison. Okay, well, there's at least two in the area. I just saw both of them bolting. Okay, it didn't cut all the way over. So either turned to the right or it's still in the brush down here somewhere. Heard it. Oh, it was over here. I think that time I actually did short it. We'll see, it was standing right at this bush. I think we had one of those situations where the arrow ricocheted off the ground and kept going. I'll get that zeroed in eventually. Alright, I did see it go over here and then up the ridge. Like I said, once we can get the tracking, like at least I can just kind of follow the footprints, know relatively where it is. That whole bit. Alright, where are you? I heard you. Yeah, it's running over there. Not sure if it heard me or it went after a rabbit or something. Wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to, like, hold the crouch button the entire time. There's probably also those things that in games where, like, you turn the graphics way down so the brush isn't so dense. It just makes your life easier. Oh, wait, I see you. Right behind that bush. He still was. Alright. Can't imagine it startled off me from that far away. Or I'm just seeing things. Okay. Well, I think that was it for the bow. Which isn't super surprising. We found that bow at like 9%. So I just gotta get one more fox, and that's sorted. What I'm gonna do real quickly is before we go back out for that last fox, let's run back in here, get those rye seeds, and maybe I could just trade for a bow. We'll see what they cost. Oh, I also need to eat. Wait, I could zoom in and out of that? That's good to know. I also need to deal with food. Technically, you can eat the raw meat. It does give you mild poisoning, but as long as you don't like keep like double and tripling down on it, it's usually fine.
How is life treating you?
Alright, so let's see here. For right now, we can go ahead and drop that off for money. I'll sell the wool right while I'm here. Go ahead and take the meat while I'm here. Take the stone. Right, and we wanted to get rye seeds. We can also get the hot plant seedlings. That's another one. How much money do I have? I have 1,000 something. So let's plan to get 7 of these. Let's see. A type of rye that can be grown during, let's see, harvest during the spring can be used for crafting straw and rye grain on the threshing floor. Rye grain. A type of grain crafted with rye threshing on the floor can be used for cooking in the kitchen, brewing in the tavern, creating flour, or sowing in fields. So that's what we want. And that's the one we're probably going to want, like, not a ton of them. Start with like 20. And so we've got all that. And the rest of your stuff is all like...
Whatever you need, I've got it. Good luck.
The more you work, the hungrier.
Okay. So you've got a bunch of stuff here that you'll sell for different prices. Just trying to see if they wouldn't happen to have a bow. They don't. And I'll take like 4 meat.
You guessing my wares? Good luck.
Alright, we can go here. Right, so you've got clothes. Okay, so you're also willing to sell me... So 10, 15 carry weight. That's the Mount's backpack. Alright. So I'll buy that. Can't really afford the winter clothes, so we'll just live without that. And we can go to the backpack.
Hello.
That's all jewelry we don't really care about.
My words. So long.
How do you do?
Alright. Okay, cool. So you sell bows. I will be taking one.
Only the best. Have a good day.
Alright. Cool. So that should take care of us for a little bit there. So we're gonna go over there, we're gonna kill one last fox, get that done, get our money from it. We can then run home and give a whole bunch of seeds to the farmer so you can start doing the rye. It should be around where the foxes are. Yeah, foxes are in this general area. Okay, and then once we get this fox done, we'll be done with like the missions, quests, requests, whatever we want to call the things on the board. There was definitely 2 foxes in this area, and we only killed 1. There may have been more, but there was at least 2. There you are. Did I just one and done it? Oh, yeah, because I hit it right in the neck. That'll do it. I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying the game a lot. This isn't my first time playing the game. It's been a very long time since I have played, though. Alright, so that'll do. So we went ahead and took care of that fox real fast. That's all I need to do, is I keep trying to arc the shots way farther than they actually do need to be arced. And that's just a habit I need to get out of. Because you have to do that a lot when you're using the spear. And the arrow, it does arc, but is very, very shallow. What would you say this game feels like genre-wise? So, if you've ever played a game like Green Hell or Sons of the Forest, it's kind of that, but more focused on building like your like village, city, whatever, and less focused on just brutal survival mechanics. Like you don't have like mutants terrorizing the whole place and all that.
Hello there.
Kill the foxes, our chicken and children should be safe. And hopefully told the truth, the kid asked for it, he got too close because he really wanted to learn what the fox says. And instead he learned how the fox bites.
Goodbye.
Yep. So we've done the request that we can do right now for a little bit of extra money and all that. So now let's get back home and we can start working on our town again. We'll also be able to drop off the rye to one of our people so they could get to actually farming, because that's the icon's way over there in the top left corner. What that's saying is the first one saying I've got 5 recipes that we don't have the resources to do that I've got queued up. I don't know what those are, but we'll see. And then the second one is basically saying, hey, my farmer's trying to work on the field, and it's like one of my fields is just missing the resources needed to do it. Not gonna waste my arrows on you. Alright, I broke my knife yet again. Alright. I need 5 and 2. There you are. I was like, I've already lost the rabbit. Alright. Because I'm not going to chase around the deer right now, but a rabbit directly in front of me that's just cruising along that can just pop with a spear real fast. You know, just get it on the drive-by. Happy to do it. Okay. Let's see, you really like Medieval Dynasty, but you much prefer Bellwright. Bellwright has a village building of Medieval Dynasty, but its own flavor, such as villagers will help what you plan. Bellwright also has some combat and expansionism that are sorely lacking for Medieval Dynasty, given the initial story of Medieval Dynasty. Yeah. No, I haven't played Bellwright myself, but I've heard good things. It kind of is an unfortunate thing that from what I've been seeing, like, for whatever reason that it does seem the Medieval Dynasty just tends to hold people's interest more. Couldn't really give a reason why. I can take care of the hop plants. Oh, wait. And drop those off. I'm gonna need to grab the bag. Like, I don't know if Medieval Dynasty, just the marketing side appeals to people more, or what the specific reasoning is. But last I looked, like, Bellwright had a kind of a strong drop into early access. And then kind of, you didn't hear about it anymore. So, don't know on what regard's going on there. So I've got the rye grain, all that. Where is the bag? Worst case, I can make one. For that matter, those are seeds. Those are seeds. Those are seeds. I probably have the bag on my person. Let's see, one thing that Medieval Dynasty has going for it, though, is it does have co-op multiplayer, so you build a village with friends. Ah, that would be it. Yeah, I didn't realize Bellwright did not have multiplayer. These days, this genre, like, it's kind of just an expectation you will have multiplayer kind of thing. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and go to our management on our fields, go to our orchard. It is interesting that I can't seem to choose that myself. It looks like I do need to deal with that myself. Let's go ahead and grab those hop seedlings back. And grab one of the bags. And then we can equip it real quick. An orchard. And just get some hop plants going. Alright. So you got the rye grain and all that. Am I able to see what the symbols mean so far as this all goes? Oh, I'm willing to bet you broke your plow. That's probably the reason why you can't get stuff done. It's not even the seeds, it's you broke your plow because I only had the one that had already been pretty heavily used. So let's see here. We'll make one plow. Make two plows. And then three plows. So you can drop that off over here. And let them get back to work. So Medieval Dynasty has also been around longer, which helps that regard. Bellwright needed to bake a bit more to add flavor to the initial early access. Bellwright added more, but it's still behind Medieval Time development path, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, and it's unfortunately one of those things that with a lot of these games, when they release, they kind of only get one chance to, you know, prove themselves, as it were. That very, very genuinely, if they don't knock it out of the park when they first release, even if it's like very not done, but they don't have, why are you staring at me like that? Okay, so all those symbols went away. Alright, let's not use up the stuff they got there. But you kind of get like that one chance to really get yourself out there, and if you aren't like a blockbuster hit, that's usually it. Like it's too little too late after that point, unfortunately, a lot of the times. Some come back, but it's a much, much harder thing to come back if, you know, you released and people weren't blown away. Alright. So get that cooking. How am I doing on time? Oh. Alright, chat, what's going to end up happening here in just a second is this is about the time my wife gets home that I usually take about my 5-minute break. This is the longest break of the stream, but again, only about 5 minutes. Where I run downstairs, I welcome my wife home real fast, toss something in the oven, and all that. I was about to get up to be like, I need to use the restroom and stretch my legs, so it just kind of works out. But we'll go ahead and pause here in just a second, and we'll get to that in the meanwhile. I'll get like the clip roll and all that going. But I do thank everyone for hanging out and all that stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. Oh, please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kills zip line seams. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Like I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said, well, great. The bot's busted. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh woo.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh woo that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. I've got eggs in my pocket. I gotta keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. Get out of my way, man. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Okay. Now, the problem we have here is I have to move things that have weight. And they're gonna make me want to slide. And as you can see, we're not really on there well, but it is what it is. Pop out. Okay. Hey. Well, that's just mean. And it might be I have to put it down. And she was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored and you would just attempt to murder. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
I'll blow you to smithereens. You got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that. We both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I wanted. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want, are you? You do what you... Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
know what?
the
Why not?
killer back there with gunpoint. And you want to
Yeah,
survive? You better start place.
See, here's the thing. You're in my car. You're in my car, and I am in charge here. So your buddies might have the cure, but do you know what you don't have? Their safety.
You're gonna kill us both.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time I'd...
I'm glad that clip showed up. Cause that was for an RP thing that I got talked into. Where I got talked into being part of a sorority. It was a lot of fun, but it was super unhinged. But had a voice changer going on it. That the voice changer was like scary good. Like it was real Uncanny Valley kind of just like, oh, actually that's really, really solid. Okay, so it does look like I don't have the warnings anymore that they aren't able to work the field and all that. It's a good clip. Oh yeah. Made you laugh, which made you cough. Well, at least I'm happy I got the laugh. The coughing, you know, I don't want to... What am I... Oh, there's a piece of log on the ground there, apparently. It actually confused when you joined or using it. Oh yeah, no, it was wild. Like, it's one of those ones, if you listen to it for any length of time, you'd be like, something's not right here. And, like, it'd be one of those things like, is this person just talking weird or whatever? And then you'd realize it's a voice changer. Like, there was a couple things. Like, when I laughed and stuff like that, like, that was a little, again, like, it's like, okay, it's like if you've ever had where they have, like, the robot, like, text-to-speech kind of thing, where it just kind of doesn't quite match up. It was like that kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's slick tech. Because it wasn't just, like, most voice changers are just, they take the pitch and, like, the speed of it being played or whatever, and they just adjust that. So, like, they're super duper obvious because they sound very robotic and not that. There are some that are a little bit better that what they'll do is they'll do almost like a or speech to text, and then text to speech it with, like, you know, all that crap going behind it as well. And those ones do better in making it sound right, but then they're way, way worse on, like, every other aspect. Because, like, you going that back and forth, you end up with all sorts of weird artifacts to it as well. Because, you know, like, it'll think you said one word and you said something else. But this was, like, doing a whole lot of tech behind it. Because there's not many of those voice changers that sound even remotely okay, and then keep the inflection. Because that's where a lot of them drop off. Either one, they sound all tinny because it's just a pitch up and down, or you lose the inflection and all that. So everything sounds like really emotionless. But yeah, no, I was impressed. I am so sad that there was a number of people who also stream that were part of the event and chose not to stream that particular day. You know, because it was a pretty big departure of their normal content, so it's just kind of one of those things. They're like, hey, this'll be fun, but they were very concerned about its impact on their regular viewership and all that, because it's unfortunately like how big a deal that is. And they were talking, I was like, oh my god, every time I heard you speak, couldn't stop laughing. Like, a couple of them during the event end up getting super quiet here and there because they were just laughing their butt off. But unfortunately, I don't get to see their perspective because they weren't streaming. It would have been fun to see, like, the genuine in the moment the first time people heard it. But it's all good. Okay. Was definitely a fun stream to watch. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not something I'd do regularly. It's not the content I particularly want to do, but it's also those kind of things for, like, doing a one-off event or whatever, was really good. Now that, don't get me wrong, that particular RP event had some stuff that didn't go super amazing with it. Not like really bad things happened or anything like that. They chose to host, like, run that event a little bit different than the other ones, and I do think, unfortunately, some of those kind of detracted from it. Because, like, normally with a lot of those events, it's kind of everyone goes into it with, like, no established friendships, partnerships, whatever, and they build up from there. And yeah, a lot of people who know each other gravitate towards each other. But in that particular event, it was like everyone started in groups that were planned ahead of time. And those were huge groups. And so what it tended to do was it tended to get everyone to just stay in those groups and just play with other people in those groups, which kind of demotivated people from, like, seeking out the other groups. So it kind of limited a lot of the events happening, like a lot of the interactions that normally drive a lot of those types of content. It was still a lot of fun, and a lot of people enjoyed it. But that was one of those ones, like, yeah, probably in the future, have everyone have to, like, organically come up with their groups that they gotta cross paths and buddy up. Even though, you know, like, if you got your best friend in there, most likely the two of you are going to pair up pretty quickly. That's nothing wrong with that or whatever. But it's the fact that you end up with these groups of, like, 20 plus people all mashed together right at the beginning. Alright. And we've got the herbalist will be built as well. And we got the workshop, and I don't remember what else over here. And I'm gonna try to not dip into the logs they've got stashed here, because they're using that to make planks. So I need way more. All right. There's been no trees anywhere around here. Okay, so just need one more stone. Okay. The backpack's helping out a lot, considering our carry weight is 50 normally, and the backpack adds 10 to it. That's a 20% increase in our carry weight, which is not a small thing. Especially when you consider how much of your carry weight is taken up by stuff you kind of just need, like basic tools and all that. It's like really your not pre-allocated carry weight is a much smaller amount. I'm able to go through a good number of trees here before I have to worry about that. Alright. One of the good and the bad things here is the trees, from my understanding, take like 2 years to grow back. And it does make it kind of a front-loaded problem. But once you get later on, the amount of wood I'm going to be using is probably much lower that I'm going to need to contribute myself. So eventually reach kind of an equilibrium. Grab 2 stones over here. All right. We're also getting pretty close to getting that workshop. That's actually a building we're working on now. And the workshop will be our first time we get to start making better tools. Versus using these, like, primitive wood and stone tools.
Sure is. Frosty.
Okay. And before we end up freezing to death, let's make another torch.
Frosty.
Keep ourselves warm. Okay. Let's keep the torch out for now. Yeah, we definitely need to get our clothes sorted out. Oh, you take a lot of logs. Okay. Yeah, so you need 1 log for each. And that should be good. Plan to make another torch and have it ready, just in case. But I hope everyone's been having themselves a good evening and all that. We should be getting pretty close to getting that first stone house done. And I can allocate them to one of the other buildings, get another job sorted out. I'm not gonna be too picky about what we get, but it would be good to be able to assign people to tasks they're actually good at. So get someone who's got like extraction 3 to take over the wood cutting. And they get the person currently doing the wood cutting moved over to also help out with the farming. All right. We also need to unlock more tech. I've got a decent, like I've got where we could unlock it. I just need more money. Eventually you actually get your people to where you'll start gathering resources with your villagers and then having them make stuff with the materials they gather, and then grabbing that and basically running trade with the neighbors and all that. Just drop it off kind of thing. All right. And then this is the excavation shed. Basically, the excavation shed is responsible for mining stone and iron and tin and copper and all that. Keeping all that moving. Right now, that'd be helpful, but not a priority. Like, between the excavation things, the wood is more important for me right now. Oh, you don't have walls. That's convenient. So this looks like it'll get built pretty quickly and easily. Okay, so we need more straw. You haven't played this in a long time? Yeah, it's actually been getting a lot of updates. It's part of the reason I was like, alright, let's go check it out. It's been a while. Is a bunch of updates have come out for the game over the past, couple years and whatnot. And I haven't played it in well over a year. And I did have a really good time with it. And so I had people ask, like I've had people bring it up a couple times on stream, be like, oh, have you ever played this game? It's like, you know what, we could revisit it. It's a good time. Pull up all of this. We're here anyways, we use it for torches and roofs and all that. Oh, I have way more than enough sticks. Stones. Get ourselves a new axe made. And so what I could do here is chuck all this in. Because anything in the storage now can be accessed at decent range. To me, that's the kind of like quality of life stuff that's like, this is these are like the major things you add to a game that they seem like really nothing convenience things. That just, it's like, cool, now I don't have to do the really annoying thing where I'm constantly running back going, oh, you know, I forgot this one unit of straw. I guess I'll go run back and figure out which box it's in and do all that. There's just like a range on the resource building where as long as you're close enough, that's fine. And so I really appreciate that as well. It's just like the same thing I appreciate, you know, inventories having an auto sort and those kind of things. Let's see if it's warm enough that I don't need the torch to manage. We need to get our clothes sorted. It just takes money. I think it's like 50 yards of building? Yeah. And then from what people are saying is when you upgrade it, it increases the range. Like when you get the level 2 version of building, level 3 version of building, that kind of thing.
There's a real nip in the air.
But the big thing is like, those are just nice little quality of life things that games can include. Because just going up and needing to inventory manage honestly isn't really that fun of an experience. Like, I think it was Terraria was kind of the first one I saw that really had a thing where you could walk to the crate and just be like, drop everything that's the same in these boxes. It probably wasn't the first one, but it's the first one that comes to mind. And I was just one of those things you're like, oh my god, it's so wonderful. I just go down here, I collect a bunch of ore and all that, and then I just go up to the box, and I hit the button, and it just drops it all in the box. You don't have to sit here and be like, okay, which one's the ore box, which one's the this box, which one's the that box. If there's already that stuff in that box, it just knows. Or like, as long as the boxes are close enough to you when you're at the crafting bench, it just pulls it there. Let's see, the submit same item features a key to survival crafters. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can make a game without those features, but it's kind of just one of those things at this day and age. It's like, right, you can do that, but it's just annoying. Like, I'll spend the entire time playing my game, every time I have to interact with the inventory being like, you know what? Why can't I do this? I've already decided what box I want this in. Why are you making me have to work for it? Like, this isn't a player decision, this is a tedium mechanic. All right. Cool. Do I have meat on me? Yes, I do. Wifey. Thank you. Love. But yeah, notice there's features, like it's those little things that you don't think about when you go to play games from like yesteryear that end up being the pain points. Like, people were asking me if I went back, it's like, oh yeah, have you gone back and played like Red Alert or whichever, you know, choose a name of one of those games. Have you gone back and played that? It's like, no. Every time I've done that kind of thing where I've gone back to a game I've loved when I was much younger, you know, there's like the nostalgia factor. You're like, oh man, I remember loving this game. And just as quickly as you get past that nostalgia, all the pain points that are just things that have improved over all the years just start to glare. Like going back to some of the, like, I think it was the original Command and Conquer Red Alert games. didn't even have where you could, like, group them up and being like, this is control group 1. You had to, like, click and drag and grab them and click. And the pathing was so atrocious. But you don't remember that. You just remember all the good times. Okay, I have tons of things that they can craft. Yeah, so I need to unlock recipes for that to be worth their while, but that's okay. Alright, rather than working on that building there, you loved Command & Conquer 2? Yeah, no, like, and this isn't me bad-mouthing those games. For their time, they were great games. But it's all those little things you don't think about when you go back to play them that you're just like, man, I remember how good this game is. And you do just kind of go back, and it is just one of those things that you're like, oh, I remember loving this game, but I am really, really missing just being able to be like, Group 1's my flyer group, Group 2 is my anti-infantry group, Group 3 is my anti-tank group. You know, let me move them around, that kind of thing. And it's kind of fun for a little while, and they're like, you know what? I'm gonna go back to one of the modern ones. But there's lots and lots and lots of little things like that that you only have to go back like 1 or 2 generations of a game to start noticing all those like really mild inconveniences. Like that game design has improved over the years. And not to be like, and this isn't, again, we're not bad-mouthing the old games. There's a lot of new issues we have with games like microtransaction garbage and pay-to-win nonsense and deliberate slowdown mechanics, which granted a lot of the old games are actually more guilty of that. If you think back to like the old NES, Super NES era games, the number of games that just artificially added like really, really hard, like way over the top, pixel perfect, near hard stuff, because otherwise you'd finish their game in like no time at all. Like Ninja Gaiden with that one jump that's just like brutally awful. Romance 3? Are you saying a game called Romance 3, or am I missing that? What that is? I'm unfamiliar with the Romance series. Romance of Three Kingdom. Yep, don't know it. So, okay, just don't know it. Alright, finally, the small house is done. Which means I can get 2 more villagers in here, which will be good. Okay, and all the rest of that is just missing the logs and the planks, which is basically, it's missing logs and logs. Alright. Go get a sip of water from our well. As much as you love Secret of Mana, but the last fight needs you to upgrade all your attacks, and it takes more time than you're willing to give a game after you finished one ages ago. Yep. Yep. And that's just one of those things that back in the day, because like, oh, that's a bear. That's a bear. That over there is what's called a bear. That over there is what we call a bad time. But yeah, there's lots of them. Or like the number of games that they could have had a save to them and all that, but deliberately didn't. Like it was just something they opted like to not include a save thing, so you'd have to replay the game. Even though, again, the game wasn't particularly long. Just as a mean of being like, we need to make the playtime longer. How unbearable. I mean, if I get in the fight with a bear, I'm dead. Poking a bear with a pointy stick with a piece of stone on it by yourself, the bear wins. About the only way you win that fight is you start cheesing it on terrain and all that. So that you glitch out its pathing so you can get more hits in. Alright. We also unlocked the Smith. Which would be another thing to work on. Yeah, and those games are expensive, so you need to feel like being long because you can afford $1 for 6 months. Oh yeah, people get upset about the price nowadays of games. We've had the conversation that you go back to the Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, and Atari games, and they were still like 50, 60 bucks a game. And that's, you know, 20, 30 years ago money. So I want to say if you calculate with inflation or something, it was something like 110 bucks in modern day dollars is about what those games would be running. So you really wanted to feel you got your money's worth out of it. There was a reason as a hobby back then, a lot of people poo-pooed, you know, games and all that. Like, at the astronomical cost of it, it was a lot harder for people to justify it when you're like, okay, I could spend, you know, again, would be the equivalent of like $110 nowadays on a video game that you might get dozens of hours out of. Because of just, that was all the longer the game was. Or, you know, you could do just about anything else, and back then, you could do a lot of something. There's a reason why gaming wasn't mainstream at the time. Once again, I need a couple of stones. That said, I definitely loved playing the Atari when I was younger. I enjoyed getting, like, popping on the NES, getting on the SNES and all that. I can remember losing entirely too much time to EVO and all that. Chrono Trigger. Let's see, SNES had 3 price categories. Cheapest Nintendo, most expensive Capcom. Street Fighter was like 149 marks, $83. Yeah, even though, like, Nintendo is also, like, as the company itself, their first party games, they also always seem to have, like, tiers to their games. So they'd have, like, their higher tier games, that was, like, their big releases, and those tended to be a bit on the pricier side. But then they'd always have, like, you know, your Wii Tennis and those kind of equivalent, like the, it's not that the game is better or worse, but they would have, like, a lower tier that they would charge a much lower rate for. Alright, you're actually getting the planks at a pretty decent rate. Alright. Let's get all the... chunks of roof done that we need from the logs perspective. All right.
Sometimes I start to wonder what life is.
So you can grab these and drop them all off. Okay. So we've got the one house built, and we've got a lot of progress on the other one. It's waiting on planks. I actually have a ton of logs we just dropped off. And whatnot. I do think it is time for us to run to town and get ourselves 2 more villagers to move into one of those stone houses. Eventually I'll want to tear down like the crappy thatch houses, but right now it's more, hey, I need some people who are actually competent at what they do, versus we've got the person who has no idea what they're doing with extraction working on the sawmill right now. Oh, I once again broke my knife. Because we can get them starting to get more and more of the extraction going. There you are. That just makes it easier for me to build stuff later. Is this game okay solo play? Yeah, no, we're doing solo. It's very enjoyable solo play. You can also play with groups if you prefer. Like when the game first came out, it was a solo game. The map I'm on now, like the original map, you can only play solo if I'm not mistaken. And then this map added the option to do multiplayer, up to 4 people. But it seems to be more balanced around solo play. Not that I think it'd be bad for multiplayer or anything. You would speed up the rate you can do things. Alright. What is not getting done here? So the hunting place. So it's warning me the hunting place has no one working it. And then we have a simple house. Ah, I see. The simple house is just letting me know it's done. Let's see. Okay. You do have this, you just didn't get into it much yet, and do have a high tolerance for resource gathering. Oh yeah, if you have a high tolerance for resource gathering, you should be fine.
Living in a smaller village must be so dull. Hello there.
I don't remember why I'm here. Oh right, workers. That's why I was here.
My wares, never the good luck.
Okay. And you can get married in this game and have an heir and all that. It takes a long while. So let's pop in here, get a sippy sip of water. And we need to clean ourselves off. There we go. Alright, so who do we have here?
Sometimes I get a feeling that the locals frown upon us.
How are you?
Let's see. So we also will want to romance someone and get married and all that. Romance. You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something?
Good for you. New
Where do you come from? Tell me something about your birthplace. Imagine an enormous forest, but the trees are all buildings. Survival is demanding and as in the wilderness. And most of the time, you're not the one hunting. Great taverns, though. That's very interesting. Can I ask you something? What is your biggest dream? When I was a kid, I wanted to be an adventurer. But now, I don't know. I just want to be happy. That's easy. I don't want to grow up. If I ever become boring, I wish lightning would strike me down. I should have wished for money.
Easy to talk with me.
You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something?
What up?
What is your favorite season of the year?
Animals?
Winter, no doubt. No stupid farming, animals are easier to keep track of, and you never have to drink warm beer. You seem very interesting. Okay, sorry, I need time to think. On what you previously said. Okay. So, farewell. I apparently gained a level in diplomacy for just harassing her while she's minding her own business. Okay, and we took ourselves some XP. There's one that gives you more reputation, one that makes you build up affection faster. Oh, you're like all men here.
You know how
Except her.
How are you?
Alright, small talk. Could you tell me about your skills? I don't mind getting my hands dirty, and back getting sweaty. Farming is complex and challenging work, but also very rewarding. I don't need farmers. Go away.
Hello.
Alright, small talk. Could you tell me about your skills? I fancy simple hard work. Ever since I got my blood flowing, muscles pumping. I can even work with my bare hands if needed. Can you tell us something about your skills?
We'll work for food and water
See you soon.
and some firewood. And our hello.
Can you tell me about your skills? Walkers like me have an eye to find the best spots for fishing and finding mushrooms. I'll survive on the road with ease. Does anything give you a hard time? I do not have enough strength for chopping or mining. I'd rather leave this labor for someone else.
See you soon. Oh, it's you again.
Can you tell me your skills? Crafting never ends. Need for various resources is growing, on and on. Fine to stay occupied. Do you have anything you're not good at? Don't call me a coward, but just the sight of thought of being left alone in the forest, or mine makes you shiver. You don't fancy those places.
See you around.
How can I help you?
You can't force yourself to put your heart into crafting. It's just another routine job. I wish it was a little bit more transparent. I'm sure it's one of those things that you can kind of figure out. Alright, so we've got you. What is your deal? We'll decide if I'm going to keep romancing you or you're just joining. You tell me about your skills? You can track prey. Alright, we need this lady. Okay, well, I guess you live in our place now. Alright. So let's go to management. Simple small house, yep. Management. Simple small house, yep. So we romance her for like 30 seconds. and then, you know, dropped that immediately. Alright. So now we need to run back to our village because they need water, they need other stuff, we need to get them work assignments, yada yada. So let's get back over there, get that all sorted out. But that does give me 2 more villagers to chip in. We could probably shuffle people around. I'm hoping that one guy who said he's good at working with his hands, I'm really hoping, since he said he doesn't like crafting but he's good with his hands, I'm hoping he's good with extraction. Because if that's the case, I can switch him over to start cutting wood and all that. Because he'll be better at it. We can make the lady a hunter, because she said she's really good at tracking prey and hunting. So that'll be another job filled. And that would free up the current person we have on chopping wood to probably help out with, you know, something else in the interim. She's skilled as a farmer, but right now, as you can see from the thing in the top left, that it does appear there's a good chance that we're good on farmers for the time being. Okay. And the way the villagers work is they have kind of a happiness to them. And it's the classic, if their happiness gets too low, they leave. So you need to give them, like, food, water, shelter, that whole kind of thing. Firewood. Alright. Technology. I need to be able to make buckets. We can definitely get to the point where we make better food. Flour, daub, scarecrow. We do have bows and arrows can be produced now. Torches would be good, but we'll worry about that later. Okay. The important thing was we got the bucket. Because I'm going to need that to hold more water. Wood bucket. Oh, you require planks? Well, that sucks. Okay, we can get the water topped off. And run that over to you. Where's the bucket? Bucket of water. Cool. Okay, so let's look at assignments for our people. So you are both level 3 on excavation, and you're a level 3 hunter. Alright. That brings up a lot of things you can consider. Okay. So I'll start because you're an easy one to figure out. Because we can put you over here onto the wood. And swap you out. We don't really need the second hunter right, or the second one there. Meanwhile, you like hunting. Let's make you hunt. And you, on the other hand, so that requires a survival skill. Oh, the barn? Okay, that'll work. She can work at the barn. So we'll need to go to our buildings to make sure everyone's got assignments on them. Farming, so let's go to the barn, go to the recipes, edit assignments. And honestly, rot and manure, we can have that used to make stuff. We won't worry about the rest of those right now. Except assignments. Now, right now, I don't have any of these resources, so she's not going to have a whole lot to do. But we'll get there. Okay. And then your issue is no resources. You've got... Oh, you need a sickle and a scythe. So we'll need to make a sickle and a scythe. Sickle or a scythe. Which you need stone. Apparently fresh out of stone. Let's go get some. Forgot, we've already mined a lot of this. Okay, so the good news is we got ourselves a better extractor. We got someone who's now hunting and isn't completely incompetent. It's a shame you can't tell visually. Yeah, that'd be a nice touch. Like, maybe instead of just the whole rock face being a thing, that they'd almost do like the nodes like you have with the other ores. Yeah, so one thing we will want is at some point we are going to want to romance. I'd actually begun romancing that one lady, but when she had something that's like, oh no, this is a skill I really need, it's like, alright, well, let's get that knocked out now, and we can worry about the rest later. Okay, we're in range. And then we'll probably end up needing to do some hunting in not too long. Get some more meat in. Because we just doubled the mouths we gotta feed. And while we are starting the whole process of getting the farming going, we are just starting. All right. Okay, the other thing we should probably do is when I bring this in, let's go ahead and queue up the smithy. We're not quite ready to get that built yet, but it is one of those things that we're definitely going to need. So we can get not garbage tools. Because then instead of having a bunch of stone tools, you can get stuff that lasts a lot longer. They also are more efficient at the job, so they take less hits to do it. Alright. So let's get back over there. We've got tons and tons and tons of stone, and we got limestone and a whole bunch of stuff. Go and take a sip while I'm standing in the water. All right. So we can go here and real fast just make ourselves a sickle. And drop that off at the farming hut for now. So hopefully it doesn't harass me about being like, hey, I don't have what I need to do my job. Okay, so let's go here, stone sickle, drop you off. What tools do we have in there? So they've still got a hoe in there. They've got their bag. We're gonna need more of those, but hopefully we can get one that's better than wood. Tips for a good start in the game? Generally speaking, when you're trying to decide where you're going to be, well, I wouldn't say there's any wrong choices. One of the things that kind of becomes sort of a big deal is having the terrain that's relatively flat is kind of important. It'll be really, really hard to build otherwise. And then also having easy access to a range of materials can be good. So like having some areas that are stone, having some areas that are, you know, forested, having some, like a cave can be a really nice end. And then the last thing to consider is be careful about setting right near where there are predatory animals, because it'll become a constant nuisance if you are dealing with them rolling in and trying to attack you all the time. Alright. We're getting the smithy all built. But like I said, I don't think there's a wrong location, not unless you're trying to build on something like a mountaintop that's all craggy and all that. Well, yeah, in real life you could take the time to like chip away at the hilltop to make it flat terrain and all that. I don't believe you can do the equivalent. Like, there's no significant terrain manipulation that I'm aware of in this game. So I think you would just get frustrated in that situation, because it'd be like, this ground isn't even enough. This ground isn't even enough. You built your first smithy. Most of the items can be crafted here are iron and whatever. Before you'll be able to mine, you need to independently locate. Yeah, we already know all these things. So forge. We can go here and say yes. Make some tin bars, please. Make some copper bars, please. Make some bronze bars, please. Because if nothing else, all of this is giving me XP. Okay, so tools. We have stone tools, so at this point, I can actually queue up to make stuff a little bit better. I got the wooden tools. There's copper tools we can unlock. There's bronze tools we can unlock. There's iron tools we can unlock. There's weapons. Same deal. Copper. Bronze. Iron. Elite is apparently a category. You have armor sets. You have bronze. Iron. Elite. So we could take the copper bars. Drop those in there. The bronze bars, drop those in there. Let's go ahead and check our inventory. I'm gonna need to eat a little food to avoid starving to death. I've got a ton of stone on me. Drop that off. Do you prefer Oxbow or Valley? So the big thing between the two, when you're making your decision about which one to play, is when you're playing Valley, you are playing a story of a specific character that you are following. With Oxbow, you make your own character. That's kind of the big difference between them. If you're planning on playing any multiplayer whatsoever, you have to play Oxbow. I only now realize that basically we're just about caught up on building with the exception of this one over here. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out and tuning in, all good stuff. I'm going to insulate this building so it doesn't use as much firewood when it's built. Because honestly, I end up getting... enough limestone while working our things to just kind of knock that out over time. Alright. Okay, so I want to do more there. I'm going to need stuff there. How are we doing on money? So we're at 309 money. I have no idea what we're at so far. Actually, I believe we can check on how much we'll have to pay in taxes. 195 is what we'll have to pay in taxes. So technology. That's still mostly stuff we don't care about that much. We can make stone spears and all that. This is all stuff like dyes, poisoned iron arrow and all that, so we'll be able to make poisons and whatnot. Hay, flour, we don't care about that. This is where most of the stuff seems to be, is locked in all these. So we have the smithy. So with the smithy, we can start making ourselves some good stuff. Ooh, some of these are more pricey. So what I'm looking for is decent tools we can make with this. But it's looking like... Alright, so we can make a bronze pick. That requires linen thread logs. The bronze mace requires leather. I was looking more to try and get bronze tools, but it looks like that's not going to happen. So we can make a copper sickle, a copper hammer. Alright, I guess we're just going to start working our way through these. So we make the bronze pick. The problem is the linen thread. I don't actually know how we make linen thread yet. Yeah, so it's not there that I could see. We have mostly decorative stuff there. The fishing hut. This gives us a longbow, so that'd be good to know. And we can get a recurve bow, which is a big thing later on. And most of the house stuff doesn't matter. Most of the house stuff is kind of whatever. It's aesthetics. Alright. Yeah, making the sewing hut. I don't think we've unlocked that yet, so we'll probably get that there. So porridge is oat grain, rye grain, cabbage and meat, carrots and meat, beetroot and meat, roasted meat. Yeah, so most of these require wood bowls and that kind of stuff. Butter churning station. Yeah, so I think the reality is we're going to have to start assigning some of these wood things. It's a real shame it takes an entire log to make a wooden bowl. That's some pretty inefficient design. Alright, that's fine. We'll get the wooden bowls unlocked. We're not going to be ready to do that yet. I gotta keep building houses. So let's try and go and get this set up. We're gonna get that other house built so we can get another family in there. Where did the tree go? Okay. You gotta be real careful when trees go in the air. They can come down and kill you. Can you imagine they chiseled down a whole log? Alright. But kind of one of the goals is to get it where you can get a bunch of different materials from your people, and that those materials all, you know, get turned into something of value for you. So you get a bunch of spare wood, and that spare wood does, like, whatever wood you got laying around does become something you can either use for another purpose, or you can trade for. So I need 2 stones. You get multiple bowls? That's good. Because it's one of those things where it's just like bowl, I'm like, I hope I'm getting more than one out of this. The plan here is to get as much of this as possible, make it into planks, and then use those planks to get that next house built. There we go. And pretty soon it'll be full. And then we can run down the hill. I'm gonna have to go and get myself another torch.
It's biting cold.
It's fine. Yeah, this will probably be enough for us to just run down the path. Because when we're out in the cold, we basically start slowly dying. It's what makes cold in this game so much more dangerous than hot. Hot just dehydrates you, so you just gotta drink more faster. But, like, otherwise, not that big an impact. The cold literally just drains your life, so if it ever bottoms out, you just fall over dead. Alright. So what we can do from here is I'm going to go to the sawmill bench, take all of those logs we got and turn those into planks. So I can go here and we'll make it the 18 that I have in my inventory. Now, one thing that does happen in this game is when your people have kids, you basically lose a worker for a long time because they're taking care of their kid now. So it can be pretty rough if you end up having, like, the wrong people have kids and you're just like, okay, well, that was my person doing all the food. And, you know, that's just not gonna happen. It is impressive how much more effective your character is at doing literally anything than supposedly people who specialize in stuff. You can't imagine how long it would take to make a plank from bark on wood with a hand plane. Oh yeah, no, it'd be terrible. Just getting a log and just kind of hand planing until it's, you know, got a flat. And then, you know, well, I mean, the reality of what you'd do is you'd split the log using a wedge or whatever you got a couple of times, and then you'd hand plane those down. But it would still be, it'd still be just plain awful. Yeah, I also needed logs, didn't I? That's fine, I'll deal with that when we get there. It'll be interesting if they, and maybe they have it.
Science learn how to read from books. We learn from road science.
Okay. I was gonna say, it'd be interesting if, like, later on, instead of where we have, we're just kind of have the stone here, and we put, like, the plaster in between it. Like, if later on you get, like, properly cut brick. Like, shaped stone, I should say. You have to recruit them. It's like if you played a game like Green Hell or The Forest or something like that, except people would live in whatever you made. Just, you know, not as committed to like the survival being quite as brutal. Like you definitely have to worry about hunger and thirst and heat, but it's not like you get parasites for sleeping on the ground or anything like that. So let's go over here. So we're in range to making our torch. You think you returned this game at one point? You can't remember why? Oh, like you refunded it? I mean, it could have just been early on, it just didn't have nearly as much. So I could definitely see it being one of those things that you grab the game and you're like, oh, I wish there was more here. But like the game's come a very long way since it first dropped. Let's drink a little bit of the water. All right. I've basically cleared that entire like dip in the hills. It was pretty much a forest, and now it is completely depleted of trees. I always forget just how, and I know I keep repeating myself, it's just how ridiculously fast you can just deforest an entire area. But that's true in pretty much every game in this genre. New level in Extraction. Alright, so what new thing do we get now? So for Extraction, we got the, let's see, we use less stamina, don't care. 5 kilograms increased carry weight is a huge thing. Careful Miner, where we get more materials from when we're mining, is also big. I think I'm gonna go for the carry weight, since that's good for everything. Apparently I had 2 levels sitting here. Alright. You get faster wood cutting and all that. Because the more carry weight is just universally good. Feel the same way in the forest? Oh yeah, no, they're all like that. Like, every game where you cut down the tree and it's just gone. Like, the speed of which you can just eliminate a forest. So you did plant trees? Sure, we could pretend I planted a tree. Oh yeah, we did. We did, because we planted an orchard. I see what you're saying. I was like, I didn't plant a forest. Right. We started planting an orchard. So yes, we did technically plant trees, because we have pear trees, apple trees, and cherry trees? I feel like I'm forgetting one. And then we have hops, but those aren't a tree. Yeah, I never ended up playing Icarus. Just, there were so many. Alert. You're supposed to play. Don't know why the alert didn't play, but thank you, Dark Strider, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 15 months. Year and 3 months, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. I'm guessing, so I actually got alerted that there was an update to Firebot right before stream. Like, I'm not doing that literally as I'm pushing go live. My guess is Twitch API got updated, and then Firebot has its update to fix it. But it's one of those things that when you get those updates, usually some stuff breaks. So I want to be able to get that all sorted out off stream before we run into, like, you know, a whole bunch of things happening. Because a lot of times they'll reset a bunch of my sound controls and all that, like what device it's using, which causes me grief and all that. Don't feel pressured? I mean, I have been, because, like, that's actually the first time I've heard someone mention Icarus in I couldn't tell you how long. You're able to wear jeans somewhat without a belt. Cool. I'm assuming that's been a goal, because it's always good to achieve those goals. Yeah, getting another 10 carry weight has been huge. I'm able to go up here and just collect a ridiculous amount before I finally have to go down below. Which makes it way more efficient to go up here and get to work. Considering we basically got up on this ridge this go. So all of this deforestation you're seeing here has been one inventory now. Oh, please don't hit me. It's always real intimidating when a tree bounces. I have been, like, so far I haven't died to a tree. Have I died this one? I don't think we have. I could just not be remembering a death. But so far this run, I haven't died to a tree bouncing and hitting me. I know we took one pretty bad whack last stream. I think it knocked me down to about a quarter health. But I know the first time we played, I got killed a good 3-4 times from trees. We were just not being that patient and getting whacked by a tree and killed. All right. And over there is where the bear lives. Eventually, when we got some better kit, we'll be able to take on a bear. Right now, running up with stone arrows and no body armor of any kind. The bear's a real bad time. Alright, so finally inventory full. And I believe I managed to get here before they're starting to work for the day, which is perfect, because that means I can knock out all these planks real fast. You finished stone houses? Yeah, one's done, the other one I just got a couple more planks to put on its roof, which I literally should get more than enough right now. We also got some more people here. Oh yeah, so let's go ahead and do 22 to make 44 planks. And then we can take the extra logs and do all that stuff. And then from here, what we'll probably do, once I've got these planks and all that made, and we got that building done, more than likely, the play we should probably take is I should first hunt for more food. Actually, let's check to see what I've got before I say that. Let's check what we have in our food storage. You almost got the car done in My Summer Car? Nice! Yeah, I definitely feel like My Summer Car is probably best played permadeath. Like, genuinely the failure in it, like, when you die is bad enough. I almost want to start over. Like, and the worst thing is, like, when we played it, that death I took where I got hit in the rally race, had I known how bad the, you know, had I known how punishing the not permadeath death was gonna be, I would have taken the time. Because it was one of those comments I made, you know, I'm just expecting to get killed when I tried to get someplace during the rally race, which is what happened. But that's the whole thing. So we can go over here, we can drop off all the surplus junk we've got, so I'm not lugging it around. There's the feathers. There's 44 planks. There's the 8 logs. There's 119 sticks. And then with this, the simple house will, like the not small house will be done. Okay, what are you missing? Oh. And it's built. Alright, so that means we can get 2 more people, but first, let's go and check on our food.
Again.
Grab like 5 of those, I think. Alright. Yes, I probably need to hunt. So let's go say hello to Bambi. Because now we actually have arrows and a bow and all that. Now granted, I had to buy the bow, which wasn't particularly cheap. There you are. Once I shot too short. It's apparently a stone spear laying here. From a previous adventure. Alright, I need to get used to how long it takes me to start it. Was that a wolf running around? No, it's just a rabbit. I just saw a gray out of the corner of my eye. Actually a good spot because... Alright, solid hit on you. And you are bleeding. As he bind left and click to cursing means you pretty much never need to deal with stress. To be fair, like, going into the sauna and just basically sitting on it was not that big a deal. It just, alright. So using the bow to react to something running by probably is not going to work out for us. It just takes way too long to well, that's not what I want. So So if I hold the left click and I let go of right, we cannot fire the arrow. Oh, I don't know if I have a knife on me. So you're probably about ready to drop dead. What's your health at, friend? Okay. So we did get a bunch of that. We can pop in the water long enough to make ourselves not stink, because I'm assuming that's chasing away the animals earlier. Alright, and we're getting the warning that we're missing supplies for the farm again. That's honestly not unexpected. Oh, they're going to be missing fertilizer. Well, that's just going to be a thing they're going to have to live with, I guess. Alright. That's fine. It's just gonna take me time to get better at that. Where did all the other deer go? Ooh, real solid hit on the doe. Not a bleeding hit, though. You just stay right there. Okay. Doe's pathing got busted. Alright. I don't think we had a bleeding hit on that doe. I didn't see the arrow anymore. It may have broken, but it didn't keep flinching after the fact. Yeah, now there it is, so it just took a hit and kept running. Yeah, once I've kind of got it on the ropes because it's bleeding, I'm just going to use the spears to break them because I got 3 on me and they're heavy. Trying to throw it while we're weaving from exertion isn't helping. Okay. It's got like 2 ticks of health left, maybe 3. Alright. Right on over. I just keep underestimating how far these could shoot before the arrow properly starts to drop. I think I hit in the back of the head. Sadly, not a bleeding hit, so it's just gonna run off and... I don't have a good shot. Okay, where did you go? Because they kind of leash to a general area that's like the deer area, whatever. Makes it pretty easy to think. You touch the lake water once you've contracted parasites and sea lice. That is what green hell feels like to me. I know it's a big exaggeration, but it's like you drank not moving water once ever. There. Still got it. Hey, Dunkster. The game's going good. Getting some meat for our dear villagers. Can I get a shout out for Dunkstar, by the way? Another content creator on the platform. Been playing a lot of stuff like Schedule 1 and all that lately. Oh, what was the other game you were playing? I know you saw you play Inzoi. I saw you play Schedule 1. There's one other one I'm blank. Like, there's a third one in there. It's not gonna tell me. That's fine. You fell asleep on the floor. Now you have you have worms living inside your body. Oh yeah, I absolutely, when people come up, like usually what happens is I'll be playing some like Product Zombie to be like, it's unrealistic the way the crowbar breaks. And it's just one of those things like, yeah, it'd also be unfun if you found one weapon ever. No, Wolfie, 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 Wolfie. Bop. Well. Your character has miraculously survived but needs medical attention. You'll be transported home or to the sick house, whichever. You'll wake hungry and all that. Do I still have the meat on me? It's awfully convenient that the wolf left me with all of my food. Yeah, on the other map, I believe what happens is when you die like that, it forces you to reload your last save kind of thing. I just saw the wolf beelining for me. I got one arrow into it, and it was just not enough. Oh yeah, no, you're good, Luxray. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so this will give us food for the villagers as well as ourselves and all that. We did get mauled. It is one of those things that, like, towards the beginning of the game, bears, moose, wolves, and boar are all real dangerous. In real life, the likelihood of a singular wolf going after anything is pretty low. They're pack hunters, if we want to get into the realism. But it wouldn't be a fun game if you're walking around and suddenly 7 wolves rolled in and just wrecked your day. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well, man. Thank you for hanging out. But that's also would be a not fun game, which is why they don't do that. So there should be plenty of meat for our villagers. So the next move from here, now we've got that sorted. Because the only thing I left behind is I think there's like one arrow laying there. And I don't believe we had another deer bleeding out or anything. So the next one's going to be going to either romance someone so that we can get ourselves a wife and all that in the game, because there's a whole mechanic about having an heir and all that, which requires there to be a couple. As well as getting 2 more villagers for our new house and all that. Early Icarus was Wolfpack after Wolfpack after Wolfpack. Yeah, we were actually talking about Icarus just a little bit earlier. I haven't had the opportunity to play that myself. I've heard good things. But yeah, as well as things that I hadn't ended up getting into. Oh, hey. Go ahead and give me that. And we got the sewing hut unlocked. So now we're all fed up and we're good. You believe it's good now, but the early days were rough. Gotcha. That's not super uncommon. Got some deer skulls that I have no idea how important those are going to be. We got tons and tons and tons of food. Oh, there's probably a potion to heal myself in here. Yeah, I'll take one of those. Alright, so that'll help that. And we can go over here where our food gets left at. Ooh, we actually have some dried meat in there too. So let's not take all of that. Let's go ahead and do this. And we'll take like 5 back. Yeah, 4 is good enough. The point is to take some back so I do have some food of my own. Take a little sippy sip from the little stream here. And we should be good. Because in Medieval Dynasty, the wolves used to spawn in groups of 1 to 3 in the general wolf spawn area. Sometimes you'd have 3 of them chasing you if you weren't careful. Oh yeah, it's just one of those things with the way the wolves are in the game. Early game this is. They would just ruin your day. Okay, so we've only been to this town. We haven't really been to the other cities. So let's go to Astoya, which is northeast of us, and go check that out. Do I have anything in my inventory I want to ditch before we go? Doesn't look like it. Oh, this is where our farm is going to be. They've got the ground all settled. They just don't have the fertilizer yet. Which, as stuff like that meat and all that rots, they will get fertilizer. We will need animals to really make that more viable. We can worry about that when we get there. But the point is, I want to start romancing someone, and then we want to go ahead and get another couple in the little village or whatever. As far as skills we're looking for, I don't think we need farmers right now. Getting someone who can craft would be really good. It's honestly, I just don't need farmers. Is I think the reality. Anything that isn't farmers is probably good. If we get excavation people. Sorry, my brain was saying extraction. Excavation people, I can put someone on mining to get stone and limestone and all that. We get a crafter, we can potentially have them do the blacksmithing or the workshop or whatever. I guess we don't need a hunter that bad either. Let's see, what do we have for our management stuff here? Why are you so unhappy versus you two? Yeah, so survival, production, and excavation would all be good wins. Did I get hit with an arrow? Did you run away? Where did you go? Oh wait, there we go. I'm thinking he had a buddy. Because I took damage and I don't think it was from him. I don't see the weak archer and I hate it. Let's go around. Because I feel like it'll be one of those situations that, with the way it works, is the effort I have to go into to get an arrow out on him. It's the same effort they have, which means you usually end up getting pretty close to just trading blows. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm also pretty sure I got one more arrow in me before I'm dead. So rather than mess with that, let's go check out the town, see if we can't do our recruiting and all that, and move on with our lives. Especially since killing them gave me just a little bit of the Dynasty rep, which is fine. I'm not too unhappy about that. But otherwise, really didn't give me much in the way of return. Like, we didn't get the clothes to use or anything like that. So it feels like you do something to defend yourself, but actually, like, hunting them, probably not the best. Maybe when you get armor, they can't do a whole lot to you. Different situation. Okay, we got Taylor here.
Oh, it's you again.
We've only met for the first time right now, lady. So don't again me with your lies.
Only the best product. Have a good day.
Yeah, so that's gonna be more seeds. Okay, there are people. They're over there. And we got someone with a quest here.
How can I help you?
Something I can help you with? Oh yeah. I need it. First, those mosquitoes make my life miserable, and now my wife has gone crazy. Last time she was this excited was during our honeymoon. I don't understand what's gone in her head. What's wrong with her? Everything. She wants to adopt a kid, even though we don't have any spare space at her house, and are constantly bitten by those little buzzing monsters. Thankfully, she's not the only one who wants to take him in. Bronmir's wife, Ziwa, is interested in the little guy. I know Ostia accepts everyone, but I'd prefer him to go to a family other than ours. It's for the best. Do me a favor and talk to them, will you? Ask them about a kid named Janik. No problem, I'll talk to these two aspiring mothers and see what they have to say. That is a really weird way of phrasing man. Alright, so let's track that. You take a little dip in the water to get the dirt off. Alright. Let's see. Hello there. Have you seen the boy who recently wandered the village? His name's Janik, and he's gorgeous. The little man is mature and clever beyond his years. I wish I had that smart little man by my side. You seem very excited about this child. Janik is acting almost like a grown-up. There isn't much I'll have to do for him other than put a roof over his head, because he's already well brought up. Besides, the boy is very handsome and will surely grow up to be like a prince. With someone like that, like him, I could stroll with pride across the village. Do you think you'd be the most suitable foster mother? Of course. I've already raised one child, and that didn't come out of my womb. Red Malia. She was a monster. This girl was almost never home. It was an ordeal to get anything through her head. I devoted so much time, and nothing came of it. Janik will be different. So, basically, your first kid ended up rotten as heck. Understood. Let's see, I see you're determined to take him in. Be well. Let's see, I think you only care about solving your own problems and forgotten about the young one. Like, and all that, think it over. Save it. If the boy is so smart, he will not want to parade around with you like a show pony. None of these are good responses. I mean, to be fair, any plan to switch? Or did you miss the poll already? Oh no, I'm gonna be probably playing this for the stream, I think. Let's see. These are all terrible responses. I hate all these. I'm gonna say basically if you're gonna parade the kid around. That was very rude. But it was one of those things that, like, I had nothing but bad choices. Welcome to the nicest place in all of Oxbow. You just learned that we have a new potential member of our community. A young child we found, who found its way to Australia. That's why I'm here. Do you think you could take on raising our kid? Oh, of course. I am an experienced mother, and I already have 2 children of my own. Australia never refuses those in need. I would not forgive myself if I broke this rule. The whole point of our existence here. What do you think of this orphan? The poor thing certainly has been through a lot. Such a young girl should not be on her own. Here, she will be able to live peacefully without disturbing anyone. No one will ask her about her background or her parents. In Australia, we are all equal, especially since me and my husband, Bronimir, strictly obey the local rules. The child is a boy. It's named Janik. Have you seen him at all? Let's see. If I had I haven't had the opportunity yet, but whether I see it or not won't change my attitude towards this child. Australia is open to anyone who adapts to our rules, of course. You should learn something about the child first. I'm leaving. Good morning, sir. I've been standing here for a long time, and the locals just point fingers at me and say that there is a debate about which house to put me in, and they tell me to wait. I'm very hungry and thirsty. Do you mean to say they're arguing about raising you and forget to feed you? Maybe they're busy. I don't want to be a burden, but I'm really hungry and thirsty. Could you bring some bread and a few drops of water to wet my mouth? Let's see, do not get in anyone's way and do no harm. Is that how these rules went? Pathetic. I'll feed you, boy. These people, don't worry, kid. I'll help you out. You'll starve before they decide. You're no use to anyone dead. Let's see, I'll find you something to nibble on. I'll help you out. Sure. So we need a water skin, a wheat roll, and dried meat. Unfortunately, all the businesses are closed, I believe, and I can't provide you with your basic human needs. Good luck with existence, kid. I got my own village to take care of.
How are you?
All right, small talk. What are your skills? You have many abilities, but you can't say you found a job more difficult or easier than others. Just give me the right tool and I'll manage. Is there something you find hard? So she's a jack of all trades. Sure, join. First, I'd like to make sure you don't have any serious flaws in reputation. Nothing personal, but you can never be too careful. I must have a reputation of 500. Well, you seem very interesting. Could I ask you something? What brought you here? The land and the soil, to be precise. I wanted to find a place where I could be self-sufficient, independent. You seem interesting. Could you tell me something? Where are you from? I don't remember much before the orphanages. We called it the house. Creative, right? It wasn't much, but at least it felt like we belonged somewhere. Tell me more. Let's see, what is your biggest dream? When I was a kid, I wanted to be an adventurer, but I don't know. I just want to be happy. I don't have a big dream. One may say I don't dream at all, because I'd rather have goals that I can actually achieve than dreams to wish for. My main goal is to work as hard as I can to build a life for myself. And, oh, actually, it's gonna, let's see.
I can't say a bad word about our king.
Do you have any brothers or sisters? Many have both, but there's no blood relation between any of us. Just a bunch of unwanted kids bound by the urge to survive in an unfair world. Okay, and she's done talking to us for now.
Take care.
All right, so Armenia is who we are currently romancing. Small talk. What are your skills? Fish are just like mushrooms. They are there just before your eyes. Reach out for them if you know what the spot is. Is there anything that gives you a hard time? Farming requires a great deal of work and patience for your plants and animals to thrive. It's not for me. Alright, so you will be hunting and fishing.
How do you do?
I don't know if that's the same person we just talked to or not. It's easier for you to gain people's trust. They know I'm a hardworking and reliable companion. You're too impatient for farm work. It sounds like he might have diplomacy. I don't really need that, but honestly... Okay, I see. So I can't recruit them right now. I understand. Well, that was not particularly the most useful trip. We gotta be careful because there's still that archer out here somewhere. And I about walked right into him. Serpentine. Serpentine. Let's not try and pick a fight in the dark. I'm a little worried I'm going to try and pick in the fight, not even realize he's just drawing on me because I can't see him. And just take an arrow to the face. Okay. So I believe we have one more day of the season. So unfortunately, I need more reputation to get those. I don't know if it's from that location I need more reputation, or it's like, hey, if you want more than 5 people, you gotta up that rep. So it's gonna end up happening over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and run back. Gonna probably drink another one of those potions we've got. Top up our food. Drink some meat. Or drink some meat. Drink some water. Don't drink your meat. That's just weird. Yeah, I got a bucket of water. Protein shake? Yeah, exactly. A really cursed protein shake. Because even a protein shake is not like ground up steak in a bottle or something like that. That sounds utterly cursed. Okay, so we're actually sitting on a lot of planks and logs and all that, so that's good news. Where is... There we go. Alright. So. We've got a house waiting for more people. What else can we build right now? Houses-wise, we can continue to just build houses. Let's not worry about that. Extraction, we do have all 3 of the extraction things we have available already built. Survival, we've got all those already built. Farming, we've got all those built. Animal husbandry, I don't have any unlocked. The smithy and all that. Okay, so we've got the sewing place. Yeah, so sewing place is the only one I don't have built, so let's get that queued up. And we can just go slip this right in between these 2 buildings. And with that, we might have everything we need to be able to build a bunch of stuff. All right. Because it does seem like our person cutting our logs and all that is actually doing a pretty decent job now. So one thing we need to do is probably check the distribution on what our person is doing there. Okay, so we got the wooden hammers busted. Wire skin for the kid? Well, I need to get all of them, and I can't accomplish the wheat roll and all that yet. So I'm just not going to focus on it right now. The wheat roll is probably going to be the hard one there. Unless I just go up and buy it. Alright, so let's go over here. Chop down these trees over here in the corner. But that'll give us the sewing building. And the next thing we'll probably want to do is we'll probably want to go to the distribution on the lumber mill. And honestly, crank the, like, branches and all that to be even less of a thing. I think I only had them at, like, 5-10% or whatever. But very clearly, I'm just slowly stockpiling ridiculous amounts of branches or sticks when I really just need logs. All right. I'm gonna need more straw again. Okay, I'm gonna run this back over. Okay, so let's check on the management on our woodshed and look at our projects. So planks are fine, firewoods are fine. Sticks, I'm gonna make the sticks and the bark just 1% and crank that up to be that much more. Cool. Alright, so now I need to get more reeds. And with those reeds, we can get that building made, and that'll let me start making, like, the thread for bows and all that when they start to get broken, and that'll be good, because that'll let me unlock some better stuff using the bronze. I have removed a lot of reeds so we can get this far down the river now. Okay. It'd also be nice when we start making the better torches. Because they just last a lot longer. Yeah, so the ways we get reputation is doing those quests, fighting the bandits, all that kind of stuff. Basically anything that contributes to the local area. It should come along on its own. It is unfortunate that I wasn't able to recruit more people because of it. Okay, that should do. That's plenty. Alright. So I have kind of this weird, like, not straight line, it kind of curves down this side for the coast and all that. My intention is this open space here that we're not using for anything for. I don't know if we have, like, marketplace, but, like, whatever services we offer, get that in there. We use that as, like, the surrounding area. Worst case, if I can't find something I want in there, we can chuck a little farm in there. It'll be fine. All right. Yeah, so linen thread and wool for the fabric there. Backpacks and pouches. A lot of fun stuff we can get in there. Decent, fine, warm. Okay. Miscellaneous. We have the simple bag, water skin. Mount, padded, great clothes, decent clothes, standard clothes. Okay, so linen thread requires flax stalks, so we have to grow flax, and then wool for sheep. So we can't really take advantage of that yet, but you get the idea that we do have all that sorted. Alright, so we can go ahead and drop this off in here. There's a straw. And for technology, well, first, how are we doing in money? 200. So we don't want to unlock more stuff. Let's see if I can't get to town, and maybe we're gonna try and determine, is the 500 reputation to get people at that town, or because I already have 4 people, if I want another additional person, I'm gonna need it. The other thing that we're going to be honestly running into problems with pretty soon is we're going to be in proper winter soon, and I still don't have winter clothes. That's going to be an ordeal. So try and run over here real fast. See if we can't score ourselves another 2 people for the town. If we do get the thing where it's like, you need 500 reputation. Can I see what my reputation is? $455. Okay, so we're actually really close to having the reputation we need. That's good. Very good chance the next season we'll get it knocked out, because we'll get, like, you know, my 4 or 5 missions I can do. We get them done and all that, and it'll be good.
Should have put on something warmer.
Yeah, because I think this one's just looking for rot. Yep. Alright, chat, bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick. Figured we're waiting for the people to show up here anyways to be able to try and trade and all that. So I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. Well, that's not going to help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. Alright, we are back. As I stand directly on top of a fire, I'm sure it's fine. Nothing to worry about. Okay. So... None of the vendors are here yet. Right, we were also looking to see if I could get this way. If we could get anyone to join us from like the people nearby. Recruit more settlers. That's the words. I'm curious if it will be like, no, you need 500 reputation. Which it's fine if it does. It basically means there's a bottleneck on villagers based on reputation, which I think is fine.
I'm fed up with people always complaining. Damn it. Now I'm also complaining. How is life treating you?
Alright, tell me about your skills.
There is something
Okay, so you like farming,
that's fire.
and that doesn't help me. So you're not
How do you
welcome.
do?
And you... Okay. I don't know. Oh, that's probably survival. Yeah, we can probably use a survival person. Okay, so it is a hard limit. If I want more people, I have to hit 500 reputation. Cool, cool. We at least know that now with a certain level of certainty. Because I'm pretty sure that guy didn't ask for the more reputation the last time we talked. Meanwhile, I think they're all working their way to finally sell their wares.
Hello.
Alright. Yeah, you sell the potions and all that.
Product, goodbye. How do you do?
And you sell tools and all that.
My ware's that. See you soon. Have you ever done any quest for the king? How you doing?
Don't talk like that. How's it going? Can't you see I'm busy right now? Go see the medic then. Maybe he has something for being old, blind, and useless. That's not nice. Oh no, somebody wasn't nice to you. What a tragedy. How will you survive such a killing blow? I hate teenagers. Our character is supposedly 18, so where she is just eviscerating us for being old, she's at most like a year and a half older than us, or younger than us. Realistically, probably within a year of us.
Wings will fly. So, if I build a big catapult, she'll have no excuse.
Hello.
Alright, so you give us stuff like bronze and copper and all that.
rarest goods in the realm. So long.
I'm waiting. There's like the where's the tailor lady?
How do you do?
She showed up as I turned around. Okay. So I need winter clothes. And we don't really have the money for it. That is going to be a problem.
Do you need anything? Farewell.
Alright. So, basically the things we need to do is we need to work on reputation. That's going to be just doing like the quests or whatever. We need to work on getting it so where I can get money. That's a matter of just having goods to trade. There's a good chance I probably have goods at... Like, I probably have stuff at the place I could trade. Now, if I craft those into something and then bring them, they'll be worth more, usually. In addition, taking the time to craft them into something will also give me XP. So let's see, because I'll probably have stuff like furs and leathers and that kind of stuff that we could potentially use. It also seems like we'll probably be able to, Hey, sheep, how's it going? We could also go into the caves and work on pulling out the iron and all that kind of stuff. That'd potentially be useful for us. Be able to start making better tools. Because we can especially get to the point where we have a proper blacksmith and we're pulling iron and tin and, you know, making bronze and all that good stuff going on. That can be pretty lucrative for us. We can get tools, and if I start getting a surplus in tools, then we can trade the tools themselves. Alright, so let's start taking a look at what we can work on here. We can start making this stuff. Alright, so we can make buckets. What is the value of a bucket? Can we actually see what the value is? Technology. It's 8. It's not a lot. I mean, I guess it's better than the 0.8, but it's still like 4 money per kilogram. Okay, I mean, that's 6 per kilogram. The food is honestly going to be worth way more than that, but that requires a lot of setup. And we're just not there yet. For the smithy... Like, the smithy's probably where like, the most is going to happen. So that's flax stock, leather, and linen. Linen thread. Yeah, so that's going to be flax is going to be the big thing there. Oh, we can actually make some of the winter stuff without thread. Okay. Well, let's plan for winter coats to start with. Because that's fur and leather. And they sell for a lot. Alright. So it's apparently here. So it's standard clothes, winter clothes. And we can make 3 of these. And then we'll probably need to demolish all local wildlife. But I could sell these for decent money. And this will solve my being too cold problem because I'm making my own clothes. Alright, we can go to our inventory. And for right now, because I'll probably need... Well, actually... We could just sell that. Alright. So before we get too far, I am going to go and produce a ton of buckets and make a ton of water so I don't have to think about it. Let's say 10 would be a good start. Mr. Bucket is such a weird toy looking back. All right. Which is perfect because apparently right this moment, our people are like, we need water. Which is exactly what I was like, I need to do this so I could get water all sorted out. Alright, new level in production. Okay. Right, so we have it where we can craft faster. We lose less durability on our hammer, and we gain more XP. I'll just do that. Meanwhile, we need to go up here. And make ourselves a bunch of buckets of water. And now we can drop those off for the villagers so they don't have to worry about that. Okay. There's the buckets of water. You are going to sort yourself out, right? I don't have to, like, manually do it? Alright, who's upset spaghetti about the lack of water? Okay, either way. Alright, so. The next thing I want to check is what am I after to make more winter clothes? Is it like something I'm really short on a lot of, or are they close? You need fur. And a lot of fur. Okay. So we need rabbits and stuff like that. Oh, do I have a knife by chance? No, I broke my knife. Alright, so we will grab 2 stones, 5 sticks. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? Devlin? I'll get it right one of these days. Alright, so we're looking for stuff like rabbits, whatever. If I have a deer just run in front of me, I'm gonna pop an arrow in it too, but... We've seen a decent number of rabbits running around here. There's a rabbit. Okay. Press X for doubt. This looks like what you've been building in Valheim? Yeah. So basically, we're hunting right now. And we're not being too picky about what we're killing. Oh, there's a rabbit. It should die any second now. There it goes. Weird spot for that to be. Okay. We hit it, but it wasn't a bleeding hit. Oh, there goes a bunny on the run. I need your fur, rabbit. It's like 101 Dalmatians, but little adorable bunnies. Oh, faked me out twice, little rabbit. Oh, and we need a new knife. It's just the cost of fashion. Like, all the other Disney villains are usually like, we're trying to take over the world, we're trying to defeat the gods, we're trying to murder people. And then Cruella de Vil's like, I want a fashion. You know, some messed up fashion. But she's like, I just want a coat. Like, that's all I want. Just a coat. A coat made out of sadness, but a coat nonetheless. Oh, again. We do it over there, but we don't do it over here. That was a little visceral. They're also the weird kidnappers from Rescuers. I know I saw the Rescuers. I do not remember the Rescuers. Like, I remember, like, it existed and, like, a couple still shots in my brain. But if you're like, what was the plot? I was like, I don't remember. Well, that's interesting. The deer icon disappeared. Oh, I can hunt them. I hope that's not a permanent problem, that I have wiped out the local wild. It can't be permanent, because otherwise you'd, like, absolutely be able to brick your save. We've apparently depopulated the area of deer. They come back in a few seasons. Well. That's gonna take a little bit to get sorted. Okay, in the meantime, we could start working our way towards town. Because we could sell those winter coats. Yeah, no, I figured they had to come back. Otherwise, you'd, like, genuinely, as you played your game, you'd brick it more and more and more. Alright. So let's go to Taylor and sell the clothes we've already got. Because with that, I can unlock other clothes.
Greetings.
Bum.
I've got everything. It was nice seeing you.
Just borrowed.
Oh, so I've got that. So we can go to our management, or sorry, technology. Let's go over here, sewing. We can scroll on down. So next up, let's go for the winter trousers. Which also is going to require a lot of fur and leather. So yeah, so we're just getting a bunch of fur and leather. Because we're getting ready to go into proper winter. And we kept getting cold with just our regular clothes. And so this will actually give us some real clothes for once. Okay, the foxes are all wiped out here. Could not access the specified channel or stream key. Please double check your stream key to make sure it's correct. There may be a problem connecting to the server. Just checking stuff right now. Seeing if...
I want my...
Ignore that. Seeing if we are still showing us live or what's going on. Yep, so we got disconnected. Alright, so YouTube stream is going to go down because I have to bring it down to bring the whole thing back up. It is a whole thing. Give me a moment.